All right. Good evening, everybody. What's up, friends? How's it going, Temporal Fry? Ancient Oleander. What's up, Sculler? Hey, Pablo. Gat Control. Rip Poison. Cerberus Wolf. Finally made it to the stream. Welcome. Right at the beginning, at least for part 4. What's up, Liv? I Stay High. Welcome back. Thank you so much for the 19 months. It's a long time to stay high. Thank you, thank you. Hope you're all doing well. Alucard with the 200 bits. Let's go. Thank you so much, Alucard. Thank you, thank you. Good to see you. Just caught up this morning and happy to say that before watching, didn't want to play this, but now I surely do. Just don't have enough money yet. Well, Cerberus, guess what? You can actually check out my link to fanatical.com in the panels below the stream. So you can get 25% off Silent Hill F for Steam. Now, you might not want to get it for Steam. You might want to get it for console, in which case I can't help you. But if you're just looking for a Steam key, if you're going to be playing it on PC anyway, you can save yourself 25% on Standard or Deluxe Edition if you want to get those extra costumes and items and stuff. Yeah, shoutouts to the homies at Fanatical. One of the, only legit discount key, sites that's out there, by the way. There's a small handful that are actually legit. And that's why I was actually excited to work with Fanatical on this, because I've used a lot of their stuff before. They used to be under a different name. They used to be Bundle Stars back in the day, and pretty much did Humble Bundle type stuff. A lot of game keys, mystery keys, sold it at in bundles and stuff. So, but they work directly with developers and publishers to source all of their keys, and you get some really good deals. New releases that are not going to be on sale on Steam anytime soon, like Silent Hill F, 25% off. That's a decent chunk. It takes a $70, $80 game down to a little over $50. Is that US only? I need to look into region specifics, because there is, I think it's more than just US, because they're based out of the UK. So at the very least, it's US and Europe, probably Canada. But somebody did share, hold on, let me double check in the Discord. Malaysia is not eligible for the discount. One of our community members in Malaysia was not able to use that Fanatical 25% off. So sadly, it's not worldwide. It is region specific. So I gotta figure out exactly who is and isn't eligible. fell in love with Souls games for punishing but fair and rewarding combat, this seems like a similar vibe. I mean, it's gotten a lot of comparison to Souls games, and the developers have even said they didn't name like Souls games outright by name, but they did say that the combat was heavily inspired by modern difficult action games. Basically Souls-likes. And you can feel that influence on it, but it is not... It's not the same. Obviously, it uses a lot of similar mechanics. But it feels more like... To me, like every time I get down to dodging and countering, that aspect of it to me feels like Bayonetta in terms of timing, and in terms of you would have that witch time slowdown effect in Bayonetta, and the perfect dodge and like counter hit type stuff reminds me a lot of that. So to me, it kind of feels almost more like a Bayonetta or a Devil May Cry in that sense. It's definitely very different compared to anything in Silent Hill. And I know that's going to definitely turn a lot of people away. But it's one of those combat systems where it's got some clunkiness to it. There's some stuff, some particular situations where it doesn't feel great. I was running into that yesterday, or this morning, or whenever the last stream was. All my days are running together. But I was running into situations where I'm like, okay, I'm trying to manage my stamina. I'm trying to get down perfect dodge timing. And I'm like running from one enemy to try to get to the next sort of goal. There's a lot of enemies in a very narrow corridor. So I'm just trying to like run past. And I get attacked by the enemy behind me. It's a narrow corridor, so the only way I've got to dodge, because you have to dodge in a direction, is forward, so that I don't just immediately push myself into a wall or back towards the enemy. So I dodge forward, and then another enemy waiting around the corner in the only direction that I could dodge has like a lunge into command grab type of move, where they lurch forward and they grab you, and the grabs in this game are like, they're really quick. They catch me off guard quite a bit. And they can grab you out of your perfect dodge like slowdown. So there's some rough situations and stuff that kind of come up with the combat where it feels like some cheap shots. Although, again, going back to kind of the Souls comparison, some of it feels like similar setup-wise to some of the things that Dark Souls does like that, where you're always going to kind of get hit by something at least once just to learn about it. So there's a lot of situations where something is right around a corner and you don't know until you get to that corner, or something drops from the ceiling and you won't know until you're like right there and there's nothing you can do about it. There's similar things in FromSoft games where it's essentially a player trap. It's counting on the fact that you have to do this thing or you have to go this way, and you're going to be focused on something else so that something that is set up can just catch you off guard. And it's one of those things that's going to feel cheap the first time it gets you, because it's like, how are you going to know? How are you supposed to react? But the idea being that once you know about it, you can avoid it. So there are some sort of player trap Souls moments that have come up as well that, you know, it never feels good dying to something that's kind of cheap, but hey, I asked for hard difficulty. I signed up for it. I don't know how it's going to compare once I do a follow-up playthrough, because once I finish this, we're pretty much going to start New Game Plus like immediately. And And I think I'm going to do the complete opposite. I'm going to go from hardest difficulty to easiest difficulty and see kind of the difference. And yeah, we'll see how that changes the dynamic of things, the flow of the game, the pace of combat, things like that. Tassadul, thank you so much for the raid. Good evening. Hope you're doing well, dude. Just dig when you get a rhythm right. That is the stuff that feels satisfying. When stuff works, there were definitely moments like with the Sakugo boss fight and some of the other fights where you start getting a feel for things, you start getting your timings down, so you'll do like a perfect dodge, get in a bunch of damage, and then reset and kind of have everything go your way. When stuff clicks, when stuff actually does what you're expecting it to do, what you're trying to do, and you get those timings down, it is satisfying. It's not as polished as like a Souls game typically is, especially more modern ones, where I feel like it's a little bit, not necessarily easier, but it's a little more intuitive on the timings and a little bit more precise. Kind of weird we talk about Souls being polished, but it often is relative to its competitors. I mean, on those core mechanics, things like parry timing, the amount of frame data, like how many actual frames of animation are there to see an enemy attack happening, have the reaction time to hit your dodge or counter hit or whatever, and then have the game respond with your input. So those things, especially if you're really into kind of the nerdy aspect of that aspect of games, for me, that came from fighting games. I've been, a competitive fighting game player for a very long time now. So learning frame data and attack patterns and having to react. I even made a comment in the last stream trying to react to the little flash on enemy attacks where it's like, this attack is counterable. You get a little chromatic aberration effect, like a little red flash on the enemy to let you know, like, here's where you're supposed to use your heavy attack to counter hit them for damage and to stagger them. It reminds me of playing Street Fighter 6 and trying to react to Drive Impact, where it's a small window that you really just kind of have to train your eye to start recognizing it and responding to it as fast as possible, because it is a very tight window. And the timing for those things, it's not terrible in Silent Hill F, but it definitely doesn't feel as clean, as intuitive as it would be in like a Bayonetta or a Dark Souls, where the actual timing to like dodge and trigger witch time and get a parry or a dodge roll or whatever in a Souls game, just something about it feels more intuitive with how it lines up with the enemy attack and the animations, the responsiveness of the move that you're trying to do. It's a little bit rough. It's a little bit rough in that regard. It's not enough to make the combat feel bad for me, but I'm also fairly experienced in a lot of games that utilize those kind of mechanics. I've played and finished all of the FromSoft Souls likes, with the exception I still need to finish Elden Ring. That game is just massive, and I spend my time doing like everything but actually progressing, exploring every last little inch of that world whenever I play it, instead of just beating main bosses and finishing it. But everything else I've played a ton and finished multiple times. And Yeah, between stuff like that and stuff like fighting games, a lot of high reaction and more action type games, Silent Hill F is lacking. But that's it. There's stuff that feels good. There's moments where the combat, when it clicks, feels pretty nice. And I'm still new to the game. I mean, it's still a first playthrough. I'm about, I forget, 16 hours in or something at this point, 15, 16 hours in. And it might be something that winds up not really clicking with me, all the ins and outs of the mechanics and the animations, until I've done several playthroughs and really gotten accustomed to it. I feel like the combat is the worst part of the game by far. Gotten closer to Rage in Silent Hill F than any FromSoft game has. Yeah, I get that. And again, I think it comes down to what I was talking about. Like, it'll feel like you have things down, and there's moments where you kind of feel robbed. Like, oh, I feel like I timed this right, but I didn't get the counter hit, or I got staggered out of it, or hit out of my heal or animation at the last second. Well, you know, there's a lot of things that don't feel quite as intuitive, because one of the big things that makes that difference of like good combat versus bad combat when it's difficult, when it's a high level of difficulty, is how fair it feels. And most of the time in a Souls game, when you fuck up and when you die, it feels fair. It feels like I messed up. I didn't time that right. I thought a different attack was happening and I misjudged. You know, it usually feels fair. Like the blame is on me, and I try to learn from it and go again. Silent Hill F has a lot of times where it feels like you're doing the correct thing and it just doesn't work. And you kind of feel robbed. It feels kind of cheap. And again, that just comes down to those very specific things, the timing of animations, the intuitiveness of like when to dodge, when to counter. One of the things I'm trying to get used to now with the combat is utilizing focus more to give a little bit more to that counter hit window, and being able to judge the situation better for when to dodge, when to counter, when to try to just get a light hit and move away. Have I played Expedition 33 as well? I still need to play that. I've heard nothing but good things about it. So that's one that I'm looking forward to picking up and playing soon. And I can pick it up at a discount through Fanatical.com. So I can get it cheaper. Even more reason to pick it up. But I'm going to be focused on Silent Hill F for quite a while. The amount of fighting the game has in itself is the bigger problem. Yeah, Jojo, I would say that it is... Obviously, they put a lot of time and effort into these combat systems, so it makes sense that they would want to have more combat in the game. But there's definitely times where it feels a little too forced, and it's a little too overwhelming. Again, I chose to jump in on hard difficulty, so I'm curious how this will compare to other difficulties, easier difficulties like the story mode. So we'll see. We'll see how all that shakes out once I've had more experience with the game, because a lot of that, it's just going to take familiarity, getting more familiar with all the mechanics, playing the game a lot more, getting more familiar with all the enemy types and variations and every attack that they can do. Yeah. And then experimenting and comparing between the different difficulty levels, the differences between New Game and New Game Plus. There's a lot of variables that could alter how I feel about all the combat and everything. But it does feel a little overwhelming at times. I agree. Not too familiar with the games after For the Room, so maybe Melee had a focus in those other ones. I don't know. It's very similar to some other games that came after Silent Hill 4. Silent Hill Origins, for example, has the focus on weapon variety. Basically, anything in the environment you can pick up and kind of use as a weapon. Portable TVs and toasters, and we've beaten the game by throwing toasters at Satan. Like, that's always the fun way of describing Silent Hill Origins. IV drips, but you also get more proper weapons like katanas and spears and, stuff like that. And there's weapon durability, so you can only use stuff for so long. So some of those mechanics have been around for a long time in the series. If you really want to get particular about some of that, you could even argue stuff like Silent Hill 4 had breakable weapons. But that was kind of interesting the way that they worked, because not every weapon was breakable. The majority of weapons worked in like indestructible pieces of equipment, just like any other Silent Hill game before it. But then you had optional weapons like the golf clubs that were breakable. They did a decent amount of damage, but they would break after so many hits, and then they were completely unusable. And they still wasted a spot in your inventory until you went and got rid of them. You had stuff like the wine bottle that starts off as a blunt weapon, and then once it breaks, you can continue using it as a broken bottle. It actually winds up doing more damage after being broken. So there was kind of some interesting stuff like that with Silent Hill 4. Silent Hill 4 also had a more involved lock-on and directional dodge system. A little more focus on melee combat with the weapon charge mechanic. Whereas like previous Silent Hill games, you usually had multiple attacks that were done by either pressure-sensitive button presses. You would press something lightly for a light attack. You would press something down heavy for a heavier attack. Or, depending on the platform you were on, if it was a console or PC version that didn't have pressure sensitivity, it would usually be like holding the button down or tapping the button rapidly would give you two different sets of attacks with your melee weapons. And that's been around since like Silent Hill 1. But then Silent Hill 4 had it where you can like tap the button to hit quickly, charge it up a little bit of the way for, a slightly slower, slightly more powerful swing, charge it up all the way for a really strong swing that also had a bunch of invincibility frames on it. But then different weapons charged at different rates. So 4 had a little more involved melee combat and dodging and those kind of elements. So, I mean, the thing is, like, a lot of the concepts and mechanics and stuff in this game, they've been in the series before, but they're much more noticeable in Silent Hill F because it definitely is going for a more action-y, arcadey gameplay feel in terms of the combat. Combat and leveling system, the omamoris and shrines to, like, level up your stuff, and the melee, all of that is a little more arcadey than I think a lot of Silent Hill fans might really want out of a game. Usually things are much more grounded and realistic, more basic when it comes to those kind of things, so that you can focus more on the story, the environment. The thing is, like, I think you can do both. I think you can have a really interesting story. I think you can have really cool atmospheric moments and moments of tension, even with an arcadey type of gameplay. But it's a hard thing to try to mesh. It's definitely a hard sell
in the Silent Hill franchise. And despite those things, I'm still enjoying the game. I'm still interested in the story. I like discovering the notes and finding out more about the lore and kind of theorizing on how stuff might wind up falling into place by the end. I like the scenes. I like the acting. I've seen a little bit of the English voice acting by comparison, and I mean, I'm going to do full playthroughs of it in both languages, but I really feel like Japanese is the way to go. Although your mileage may vary, because a lot of it really does rely on how well you understand a lot of Japanese and Japanese culture and tradition and ways of speaking, for example. Stuff that not everybody will necessarily pick up on. Like, I saw some other people kind of comment on this, that Hinako, a big part of the themes of the game are gender roles. Your expected gender role, especially in Japan in the 1960s, like what women are supposed to be like, what men are supposed to be like, and you have to fall into those roles, otherwise you will be, essentially outcast or looked down upon or disrespected by your friends, your family, your town and culture around you, if you don't sort of adhere to those things. And Hinako, right down to the way that she speaks, the way that she phrases things in Japanese, and the tone of her voice is very masculine. And it might be something that's hard to pick up on if you don't know some Japanese, and if you don't kind of understand. You can maybe pick up on it even if you're less familiar with it, if you sort of listen to the difference between how someone like Rinko or Sakuko talk compared to Hinako. She sounds closer to the way like Shu speaks, and that feels obviously very intentional to have her use sort of masculine ways of speaking and tone of voice in the way that she talks. So there's a lot of subtlety, I think, in the actual Japanese voice acting that I think gets lost on some of the English cutscene variations that I've seen clips of. So I still want to do full playthroughs in all the languages, but I think Japanese, especially for the setting and everything else, is the way to go. The more authentic experience, real experience, an intended feeling for the dialogue for the game. Hey, what's up, Rushmore? Hey, Wheezy. The Stream Streakers. Cerberus says the English voice actors seem to be a little more childlike for me when I watched another play a little bit. I like the Japanese voice actors better because it feels more mature for the content, even though I know nothing about dialect and that stuff. And I've learned a lot watching you because you explain really well. Well, thank you. I'm glad I can impart some of it, because like I am not an expert. I'm not fluent in Japanese. Like I know some. I can get by. Like mostly I'm a weeb. Like I'll be completely honest. Like many people, my introduction to Japan and Japanese in general was through anime and things like that. Like growing up, one of the first realizations that there were different cartoons than what I was used to watching, and one of the first ones I can remember watching was Speed Racer, and it was like, well, why does Speed Racer as a cartoon look and sound and feel so different compared to like any other average cartoon, like American made or kind of Western made cartoon that would usually be on at that same time period. And that was kind of my introduction to it back in the day when they still called it Japanimation, before the term anime even really became like the commonly accepted nomenclature. In those days, like late 80s, early 90s, it was Japanimation. So that was kind of my introduction to it. But from a young age, I definitely grew that interest, even though it started with video games and anime and things like that. I started looking into live action film and then watching a lot of Japanese movies. And from there I went into like not like just live action stuff, but like real world stuff, documentaries, and just took a big interest in the language, trying to learn the language. Went and visited Japan multiple times, so I could actually experience it for myself and kind of immerse myself into that culture and try to know it a little bit more from that perspective. But at the end of the day, you know, I'm not an expert. I don't live in Japan. I am not Japanese, not even part or remotely. So there's a lot of stuff that is still lost on even me. And I don't get everything right. Since you said you're learning stuff from me, I do my best to try to explain things that I am somewhat familiar with, at least. And give context for some things that I think help with a little bit more understanding. But I will still get things wrong, too. And actually, as a little shout out here, hold on, let me pull up YouTube real quick. So one of my longtime viewers over on YouTube is named Kanji 101, who actually has been going through and leaving some comments to correct some things, either culturally or translating some of the stuff in the environment. There's been some signs and things where I'm like, I don't know enough kanji to read that sign. And Kanji 101 has kind of been watching the playthroughs and leaving comments under the videos to correct some of the Japanese that I use and correct some of the pronunciation that I use and to give context to some of those things that I can't read. So all that stuff is really cool. Very much appreciated. Shoutouts to Kanji 101. But if you want even more context on a lot of the Japanese kind of aspects of it, I would say check the comments under the playthroughs on YouTube. And there's some cool information there. And it's helping me learn and understand more as well. So thanks, Kanji. Thank you, Kanji 101. Japanimation. I only know that term because of the character from Metal Gear Solid, Otacon. Just like one of my Japanese anime. So funny, watched a lot of anime when it was Japanimation too. Guessing I was just a stupid kid who didn't realize the differences. Loved Japanese culture and learned a lot of the culture through games mostly. Yeah, and I mean that's the reality for a lot of people, especially kind of that generation, where if it's your only way of kind of knowing a culture is through that kind of exposure. It's not the best way. It is not the best way to necessarily understand the ins and outs of real world Japanese culture, but it is still better than nothing, and you do still learn a lot. You absolutely can still learn a lot, even just through fictional media, through manga. You can familiarize yourself with a lot of hiragana and katakana and kanji. especially even translated manga. A lot of times nowadays will still have like onomatopoeia written out in Japanese characters, so like sound effects that lets you get kind of familiar with just the shapes of a lot of common kanji and hiragana and katakana. Anime can help you with like vocabulary and pronunciation, and even some aspects of culture, you know, even if it's very basic things, being able to see like the entryway to a home where you take your shoes off and there's like a little step. That's something that in a lot of other places in the world you'd be like, what the fuck is this part of your house? Like, why does everybody have these things? But it's a part of Japanese culture, Japanese architecture. It's something that's very common. And if you're not able to go to Japan, if you're not able to experience that for yourself, it's something that you can like pick up on through anime. I also like, again, movies and real world things, documentaries. There's a lot of ways to learn a lot about a culture, even if you're not able to physically go there and live it firsthand, which I still think is the best experience, even for short vacation trips that I've been able to take. Being able to be there and kind of be immersed in the culture makes a huge difference. You know, where just the tone, the manner of speaking, the everyday sort of gestures, and there's so much you don't even think about that doesn't get really reflected into fictional media, but is a common part of everyday life there that you can only really get used to by being there. So it's interesting. It's interesting. But yeah, long story short, TLDR, I'm a weeb, and I like the Japanese setting, and I feel like Silent Hill F is definitely a game that will be appreciated more by people who have at least some understanding of Japanese and Japanese culture. Even if it's just surface level through like anime and stuff. What's up, Budgie Guy? What do I think of people saying the game is bad? I think everybody's entitled to their opinions. I think if somebody is a diehard fan of only the original like 3 Silent Hill games and nothing beyond that, spent $80 on this, I think they've got every right to be pissed off. If it's not for them and they spent money on it and it was not the Silent Hill experience that they were feeling that they were entitled to. I think it's just as valid as enjoying the game. I'm enjoying it. I think it's awesome. I think it's fun. I think the story's intriguing, despite the fact that it is not directly connected to Silent Hill, despite the fact that the gameplay is very different from what is traditionally in a Silent Hill. But we're also living in 2025, and you have to think about all the things that Silent Hill encapsulates from 1999 until now. Like, we've had some weird shit in this franchise. We've had RPG dungeon crawlers. We've had interactive live streaming shows with minigames. We've had arcade rail shooters, House of the Dead style rail shooters. We've had visual novels, play novels. There's already been weird stuff, weird spin-off things in this franchise. So this is another one of the weird spin-offs that if you just kind of take it for what it is, I think it's a lot of fun. But if you're playing it and hoping for a Silent Hill 1, 2, or 3 type experience, you're going to be disappointed. You're not going to like it. But I still have a ways to go. I still want to finish the game, and even then, I feel like I'm not going to have a completely full, thorough, fair judgment of this game until I've played it and played New Game Plus a few times, seen the endings, seen the differences and all the difficulties. Like, I'm going to really need to dig through this one, read all the notes, get all the backstory for any potential connections and things that there might be. But let's assume that the connection never happens, that there's never anything that even remotely ties it into the past of the franchise or anything. I would say this is the first fun, action-y horror game that I've played in a while that is still like a cool horror game. It's a cool thing for what it's going for, even if it's not a proper sort of traditional Silent Hill game. Because that's been my problem with a lot of this stuff previously in the series. You know, you could argue that, like, oh, Nub, you're so hypocritical. All you did was bitch and moan about Silent Hill Ascension not taking place in Silent Hill, nobody being from Silent Hill, nobody mentioning Silent Hill. It takes place in fucking Norway. Like, why was that shit? And then this does the same thing, and you praise it. You're just a weeb. You just like Japan more than Norway. And it's like, no. Because if you strip all of the titles away from what these projects are, Ascension is just miserable to sit through. It was a miserable experience to interact with. It was like pulling teeth to sit and watch those fucking scenes, regardless of what you call it, regardless of if it like lives up to the Silent Hill title or not. With Silent Hill F, same counterpoint. You remove all of the labeling and expectation that goes with it. If this game would have just been called something else entirely, I would have still been happy buying it and playing it and enjoying it so far. I would have been like, oh damn, this is a really cool little Japanese horror game. Feels a lot like, you know, Kuon or, you know, stuff kind of in that vein. And that's kind of where I'm at with it. Like, this is an example of doing a spin-off where the actual connection to being a Silent Hill game is very loose. But the game itself is still an interesting, fun game. It's got some great music. It's got some great atmosphere. It's got some genuinely disturbing imagery. It's got satisfying puzzles. It's got okay combat. Combat is definitely kind of the weaker point. But it's not bad to the point of detracting from the game. The way I would describe a game like Rule of Rose, where I love everything about Rule of Rose except playing it, because the gameplay of Rule of Rose, especially like when you're put into combat situations, is atrocious. You want to talk about a game and complain about the combat and be like, oh, I love the music and the atmosphere, but the combat just ruins it for me? Silent Hill F is not that. Go fucking play Rule of Rose. Come back to me after like 20 minutes of trying to stab a little fish monster to death with a butter knife in Rule of Rose and tell me how bad Silent Hill F's combat is. By comparison. And I still, like I said, I love Rule of Rose. That's one of my favorite games in the genre. It's really cool, but I don't play it much because playing it sucks. This game doesn't feel like that. Not to me, anyway. But yeah, everyone's entitled to their opinion. And 100% this is going to be just a divisive game in the franchise. I think people are just going to kind of love it or hate it. If you're strictly looking for the American setting, traditional Silent Hill, bare bones mechanics and combat, just give me cutscenes and notes and puzzles and nothing more. Sort of hardcore purist for the original games, you're gonna hate this game. But if you're willing to look past that and try to just have fun with it for what it is and enjoy a lot of similar atmosphere and vibes, just in terms of visuals and music, writing, characters, cutscenes, kind of appreciate the parallels to some of the established stuff. That's what one of the things I've been enjoying, even though there hasn't been like a direct connection. I've liked picking out all of the little parallels where I'm like, okay, I see what you're doing here. You've got a town with similar history. You're building up something that's like very cult-like without just calling it a cult. And it's something similar enough to the Order and the way they operate, but different enough to feel unique and give some relevance to it being strictly Japanese as well. The idea of Japanese tradition sort of overtaking the way people behave, especially in such a transitionary period in Japanese history, to be set in the 1960s. That post-war era of, if you're a teenager at that time, growing up just after World War II and having this major Western influence on Japan, sort of changing the way that people's ideals are and their belief systems are, and strengthening some people's desire to hold on to tradition, while other people are more like just accept it, and the world and times have to change even if you don't want them to. The game's exploring a lot of those themes, and it's something that can only really be told like through this setting, through this time period, through this, setting of Japan, because it is a very unique part of that history that is in a lot of ways a great setting for psychological horror. I think it's a really unique thing to go for. Did it necessarily need to be Silent Hill to say all of these things? No. This game did, so far, it could have just been a standalone thing. And still told the story and still had the gameplay, but I think it would have just flown under the radar for most people. Unfortunately, that's kind of how things work. Is it'll sell better as a Silent Hill game. But that's not to say that it's just something with the name slapped on. It feels like they said, it's not like taking a game or an idea that already existed and then working it into something that they could remotely call Silent Hill. It feels like they wanted to start from the ground up making a Silent Hill game that was just, what if Silent Hill, but in Japan? What if you had a similar little town with a similar history, a similar population, similar belief structure, similar ancient gods, and the cover-ups, and even the drug trade. They've made mention of these plants and illicit drugs that are used for medicinal purposes that are also probably being used by these sort of fervent religious types. So there's all these parallels to the original Silent Hill, where it's just sort of like, what if all of these same concepts from the original Silent Hill just took place in Japan in this time period? So conceptually, it's an interesting thing to me. I've also got a little tinfoil hat theory that Konami was expecting a lot of the public reaction and fan reaction to these games, which is why they're releasing in the order that they are. I get the feeling that everything has been happening to try and establish what is coming before and after for this revival of the franchise. So, like, starting with Short Message, getting Short Message to establish the whole Silent Hill phenomenon thing, just to try to be like, oh, here's this note that basically just explains away Silent Hill can happen anywhere. It's a cheap excuse, but that was them trying to establish a little bit of, here is what our ideas are for the future. These stories that are similar in nature to Silent Hill, but happening elsewhere. And then you get something like Ascension after that, which is exploring that even further, taking place in Norway, taking place in, Pennsylvania. So you've got those games, which are part of the, let's call it, revival generation of Silent Hill, where the concept of just weird stuff happening, mixed in with trauma, mixed in with fog, mixed in with an other world, like the surface level things that sort of make up a Silent Hill game without the established, like, root town cult history being involved. So that's why we got Short Message, that's why we got Ascension, and then we got Silent Hill 2 Remake. To be like, okay, we're doing these experimental things. We know the fan base is not going to all be on board with this. Some people will, but definitely some, possibly a lot, will not accept these as Silent Hill. So you get Silent Hill 2 Remake. You get something that is a representation of one of the original games, a little bit closer to that traditional Silent Hill feel, just modernized. And again, I like the remake. It's not perfect. It's definitely got some flaws. It's definitely kind of doing its own take. It is Bloober's fan letter to Silent Hill 2 rather than a pure one-for-one remake of the original game. But it still fits, I think, in line with the more traditional Silent Hills. So then we get our two things that are the new stuff, the really out there spin-off stuff, and then one thing that's a little bit more classic. So now we're getting Silent Hill F as our next entry in, like, all right, here's another experimental one that's kind of breaking away from the original setting and the original established lore and doing its own thing, just trying to match the vibes of Silent Hill rather than the lore. Which leads me to believe that Townfall, the next entry that is scheduled to come out after Silent Hill F, town is in the name. So I get the feeling they knew and were anticipating people reacting to Silent Hill F the way that they have, and being like, this doesn't take place in the town, how can you call it Silent Hill? So Townfall is probably going to be the more traditional American horror, Western horror, set in the familiar town type of game. Something that tries to go for that more traditional thing. Although I think I'm predicting the gameplay for Townfall will be very different. Just because it's no code. They rebranded their Screenburn now, but formerly No Code, who did like Stories Untold and a bunch of other cool games. And I played their stuff in preparation, like once Townfall was announced. I played all the other No Code games and I really enjoyed those. They're all really interesting, but in terms of gameplay, they're nothing like Silent Hill. So it makes me curious what they're going to do for something like Townfall. If they're going to try to evolve their development process to try to match a different style of gameplay, the way like Bloober Team had never really done combat until Silent Hill 2 Remake. A little bit in the medium, but not to the degree that it was all done for Silent Hill 2R. So Screenburn might do that same thing, where they try and evolve and do stuff that is sort of outside of their wheelhouse for the sake of Silent Hill Townfall. Or if they kind of do their more traditional style of game, I could see Townfall being like something focused on the town itself, telling all of these separate, sort of intertwined little stories through a lot of cutscenes, dialogue, text-based gameplay, puzzle solving, probably very little to no action at all, which would make a lot of sense if it's following up the very action-oriented, very action-focused Silent Hill F. So that's kind of my crazy theory on that. That's my predictions with Townfall and with Konami's sort of plan for the franchise, where they're going to keep alternating. Here's something that's more spin-off and experimental and different to see what we can do in the series to try and evolve and change. And then here is something a little bit more traditional, more in line with the original games, to sort of appease those diehard old school fans who only want that and are not as willing to see things change so drastically. Because then we may get something else in between Townfall and Silent Hill 1 Remake. I'm not sure. They could announce something else. As of right now, there's nothing announced, but we can assume that the next thing would be a Silent Hill 1 Remake, since that's already been announced. Bloober Team's working on that, so that's going to be very much in line with Silent Hill 2 Remake, where it'll feel more like a traditional Silent Hill game. It'll still pretty much be like a Bloober Team. I imagine they're going to handle it the same way. It'll be like a love letter to the original Silent Hill, not trying to be an outright replacement for it, but something that still tells that story with some spin on it. You know, that Bloober Team fan perspective sort of iced over it. So we'll see how that goes. For now, it's all just speculation. And I've been yapping for an hour. So let's just play Silent Hill F. Just play the damn game, nub. Love listening to Nub. Hey. We just got to start a podcast. Don't even have to play the games. We'll just sit here and wax poetical about them. Actually, I think that already exists. There's a podcast called Voices in the Fog that I think Kemi Rowe, Whitney Chavis hosts. Which Kemi Rowe is a super diehard Silent Hill fan, who's also been playing through Silent Hill F. I'm definitely going to be checking out her playthrough and her VODs, her thoughts on things once I finish the game and don't care as much about spoilers. And she's in the Guinness Book of World Records for the largest Silent Hill collection. And she's very jealous of my puzzle box. But I love Kimmy Rowe. She's awesome. She does some great stuff. But yeah, she's got a podcast called, I think it's Voices in the Fog, where it's pretty much just that. It's just people who've been fans of this franchise for decades yapping about Silent Hill. Maybe it's not. Sorry, I'm trying to find it. Voices in the Static. Sorry. Voices in the Static is the name of the podcast. So, if you like hearing old heads yap about being Silent Hill fans for the last 26 years, look up Kimmy Rowe. Look up Voices in the Static. Need to be careful opening coveted puzzle boxes before some guy with a deep voice shows up in your room wearing leather? Doug Bradley is welcome in our home any day of the week. Any day of the week. Also, I'm keeping an eye on that game. Because we are getting a single-player, story-focused Hellraiser video game. And the trailers and everything about it look... they look good. They look interesting. They're definitely going for very over-the-top, visceral... guts and blood and nudity and crazy stuff. So we're definitely going to try and check out that Hellraiser game whenever it comes out. Plus Rachel and I we're big fans of the Hellraiser franchise. We're just horror nerds through and through. Keep telling Nub we need to do a podcast type thing about horror movies we watch. It's true. It's true. It's something that we've talked about. We might try and get that going one of these days. All right. Day 4. Of Silent Hill F. Let me grab my controller. We're currently... Oh, this music. We were having this discussion at the start of the last stream, where someone was like, oh, the soundtrack is not as memorable as the past games. I think in time, the more you hear the music, it'll stick with you more. This is, like, so good. Yeah, I've really enjoyed the soundtrack so far. Still got that very trip-hop-esque beat and snare with the Japanese traditional instruments over it. Oh, it's so good. I've loved the soundtrack to this game so far. Okay. I've got no heals. Very low on supplies. 559 faith. No Emma. Sure, we'll restore sanity. Not enough to... I could try to draw an Omamori. Let's give up a Divine Water. Oh, it's not enough. We'll give up the Ramune as well. Let's see what we get. Omamori Bear. Kuma. Greatly increases stun power when weapon durability is low. I don't know about these weapon durability ones. We've got the Wolf that increases damage when durability is high, but durability on most things goes from high to medium after just a few hits, so you don't really get the benefit for very long. And it didn't seem like a huge benefit either. Stun power when durability is low? That's even more situational. That's more difficult to set up and actually make use of. And anything during the Dark Shrine where you don't have weapon durability at all anyway is not affected by those Omamori. Since no durability, would it just always be on though? So, like, the Wolf one, for comparison, I don't know if this is just a mistake on the item description, because the Wolf specifically says effective only for weapons with durability, and none of the weapons in the Dark Shrine have durability at all. So you do extra damage when using weapons with high durability. Bear says greatly increased stun power when weapon durability is low. But again, I feel like if your weapon has no durability mechanic at all, like when you're in the Dark Shrine, it might not be activated. We'll have to test. I'm gonna have to do so much testing with Omamori and combinations and a lot of these mechanics, just to see sort of exactly how stuff works. Killed all the stuff here. Make sure there's not any other notes or items or anything. Lift up that pallet. Hinako's ready for Dead by Daylight. She's already got the palette reset animation. Oh, there you are. Oh, that's creepy. He was just hanging out up in the tree. I thought he was about to pop out of the water or something. He jumped over to that rooftop. Okay, toolkit. Can at least repair stuff. Oh. Okay, some tea at least. Which is actually a decent heal item, too, since you get healing over time. I hate those things. Higashi. Oh, I see. This is back around to the other side. Sort of loops around. Divine water. Lots of stuff for stamina and sanity. Not getting anything for health. Oh, interrupted me. Let's use the toolkit, try to keep the axe.
新しい武器を見つけなきゃ。
I think our friend just jumped onto the roof. Research notes on Hakokuso. I have learned from reading exotic herbology that Kakura Makakura is made by grinding up the seeds of Hakokuso, an extraordinarily rare herb. Hakokuso is notoriously difficult to cultivate as it requires a very specific environment in which to grow. Rarely found in the wild, this precious medicinal herb is so prized that it has earned itself the title of the Flower of the Gods. Look at that drawing. Look at those oblong leaves. Is it a perennial? Does it grow near water? Is this White Claudia? Japanese name for it? According to folklore, the herb can give one the ability to converse with gods, visit their lands, and even awaken dormant powers. With the manifold divine experiences this herb is rumored to provide, it is no surprise that numerous legends talk of kings journeying to find it under the belief it holds the key to immortality. When ground, its seeds are said to smell of peaches. This might literally be White Claudia. Hakokuso. But yeah, that's exactly what you do with White Claudia. You use the seeds from the flower itself to create a hallucinogenic, which is exactly what they were doing in Silent Hill 1. They were making PTV from White Claudia, selling it to tourists, but also using it for the cult because of the hallucinogenic properties, the way that they viewed it as conversing with the gods, visiting their lands, awakening dormant powers. Okay. Okay. That's like potentially a significant connection there. That's kind of what I've been waiting for. We'll see if they expand or clarify on any other notes and stuff. But that's interesting. Getting Aglophitous vibes from this thing? Aglophitous is different. Like, Aglophitous is not hallucinogenic. And it has, like, a basis in real world stuff, like it comes from the ancient Greek aglaos, meaning light. Dioscorides was a Greek philosopher who gave Aglophitous essentially its name in actual history, and I think it's a type of peony, if I remember correctly. I've actually been doing a lot of research on that exact subject for the Silent Hill 1 iceberg that I've been working on. So, like, Aglophitous is pretty specific and different compared to like White Claudia. The way this is being described, the drawing of it and everything, is much more in line with White Claudia. Cool. Cool stuff. Okay, so that's back to this. That's blocked. Oh, really? I'm gonna die. I need to drink my tea now. That loops back that way. Red capsules. Give me the medicine. Relieve my pain and raise my spirit. Need a key. Strange note. I locked our sanctuary to protect it, but don't you worry because I have the key. I'll be waiting for you at the mountain refuge. I won't let anyone or anything hurt you anymore. I'll protect you until the end of time itself. I'll stay by your side until death do us part. I don't think that's from Shu. We're dropping wedding vows in there. Map of Sugisato. Oh. Okay, that actually does. She like draws in the map once you find it. That's cool. Damn, Shukun's got a big house. Oh, right, his family is like doctors. They're the village doctors. Yokan. Thankfully a healing item. Can y'all do me a favor and just Be dead and not get up. Okay, so that's the direction I need to go. Shukun's house is up that way. Okay, can't go anywhere else. Is this one of the creepy stalker ones, or is this one of the blind ones? Strange note. The view's great, isn't it? I've always wanted to see it with you. You're probably alright if you've made it this far, but just to be sure, you're not being followed by anyone, right? This is our own private sanctuary. We don't need anyone else. Oh, and there's a face. Doll creature face. Sitting in the tree. Oh, it's a tree of many faces. Silent Hill Orphan reference? Is this like a super deep cut? They probably didn't even intend for it to resemble something from Silent Hill Orphan. But it kind of does. There's so many of them, and they're all going to get up and ruin my fucking day and stab me in my mouth. Break my Microsoft Dinosaur CD and cut me up all over my body. I knew it. Emma, a wooden plaque. Place it back in a hokora after writing your wishes. Oh my god, I can get hit while in the animation. I thought I was invulnerable. A crowbar. It's a bit short, but it's also tough and potentially deadly. Let's replace the pipe. Metal gate key. Metal key that can be used to unlock the metal gate in the mountains. You've come such a long way. You're doing so well. You don't need to worry about your silly old mundane world anymore. We'll break free from all of that here. Welcome to our sanctuary. The others are overjoyed to have you as a new addition. We're joining a cult. Ow. Oh, man. Wasn't there a, another thing over here? Ah. More peels. Emma. Get the key, get the note, get the crowbar. It's stuck. Okay. 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 I'm just stun locked in the corner against the fucking pallet. Just had an interesting note. We read it the first time through. I've already died. I already died there. I'm just grabbing it and trying to keep moving because there's too many things to fight right here. This is why it's called Silent Hill F? Exactly. Because if you play on hard mode, you're gonna die. That's a dead end. Can I jump back up? Nope. Anything back here? Oh, he got me right as I finished the animation. Oh, fog monster. Running segment. I'm stuck. Oh god, it's downpour running segments all over again. God, I hate those grabs. I hate that grab attack so much. Oh, I can't go that way. Eat the pills. Consume the medicines. I need a break. Yeah, please chill. Otherworld. I need time to catch my breath. Oh, it doesn't let you wait for long. Suddenly I have a pipe. Couldn't pass through the Tori? Have we reached sacred ground or something? I will say, not a big fan. You guys know I'm not a big fan of the chase run segments, the downpour style running segments. At the very least, this game has been really scarce with them so far, and they're more visually appealing than like the downpour chase segments. But yeah, still not my favorite kind of gameplay. Because I know inevitably I'm just going to want to do exploration. I'm going to want to look at those areas, and having segments of the game that actively prevent or discourage you from taking in environments and exploring more thoroughly it's always kind of rough. It's like Shattered Memories. I enjoy Shattered Memories a lot, but it's always a pain that you don't get to really show off the Otherworld too much whenever you get the ice happening and all of that. Just because it's all active and hectic. I could increase the sanity. But I feel like saving up for health or stamina or another Omamori slot would be more useful. That opens up elsewhere. to Shukun's house. Okay, so I can't go that way yet.
シュウ、相棒、私だ。
相棒。God, I love the sound here, the music. Oh! This might be the flowers. I'm fairly certain it is. Research notes. Hakokuso. The exotic herbology. Kakura makakura is made by grinding up the seeds of hakokuso. So kakura makakura is basically PTV. And hakokuso is White Claudia. Difficult to cultivate, requires a very specific environment. That was how the police narrowed it down to Silent Hill in Silent Hill 1. Their investigation basically discovered that the drug was being created by refining the seeds of White Claudia, and White Claudia only grew around Silent Hill. Rarely found in the wild. See, but that's the idea. Even something that is specific, or in the words of the Silent Hill 1 police station whiteboard, peculiar to an area, which threw me off for many, many years. Because in most situations, peculiar means that something is strange or unusual. So I always read that as White Claudia being strange or unusual, that it was growing around Silent Hill. Like that's out of the ordinary. But in botany, I had someone correct me that the definition for peculiar when you're referring to like flora is it means something only grows in that region or area or that particular environment. So it would be rare, but it would still exist in places other than Silent Hill. It would just be extremely rare, the way it's described here. But it matches the description. The oblong white leaves. Perennial flower that only grows near water. Which is how it's described in the book in Silent Hill 1. And here it is. Growing near water. Matching that description. Yeah. This is White Claudia. Either that or just an extremely similar flower that's used for these purposes, but I feel like this is straight up just White Claudia. And this is Shukun's house, so like they're doctors who specialize in botanical medicines, herbs. It even describes that in, I think Shukun's. Oh, the drawings changed after the last Otherworld segment. Oh, I didn't even notice this. After we did the whole casting off your friends Otherworld segment. The artwork changed. But yeah, Shu has a vast knowledge of plants and flowers. Nickname is Professor Horticulture. Wants to be a gardener, herbalist, matsutake farmer. So there's the little farm, the little garden and stuff around here as well. A lot of time learning about types of plants, flowers, and medicinal herbs. Seems to have sparked his interest in medicine. So yeah, they've actually got, like, the White Claudia growing on the water. Yeah, let's look at the other entries. Hinako and Mom and Dad are the same. Junko is the same. Look at those monster hands. That's definitely the fog monster. That's gotta be Junko. But then Sakuko, you can see the old drawing of her has been like drawn over. The blacked out with ink and then white pencil or chalk or paint or something, showing her being terrified in the dark, the way we left her. Shu, who was being hanged by that cuff around his neck. He's got the blood splatter around the neck. Rinko. The fire and smoke. And her expression of agony being dipped into the lava. Also a bug association. I don't know if that was there before. The beetle, the like stag beetle there on the bottom right. Since they've all kind of had these animal caricatures going along with them. The rabbits for Sakuko, birds for Hinako and Junko, and like a stag beetle for Rinko. Fox mask is changing as well. There's more dark ink around him, little shadow foxes. I don't remember that being there initially. Maybe it was, but I feel like that's different. All the laundry out. Wait before I try and go in there. Couple of options. Alright, let's check out the shed first, whatever this is. Peels? Peels? Give me all the medicine. Front door keys to Shu's house. The key to Shu's house looks like it's been left here. Stained with dirt from Shu's long days of growing herbs. It's a little UFO on the keychain as well. Prescription for my partner. Hinako began complaining of headaches in middle school. When I tried pinpointing their root cause, things always seemed to come back to stress arising from her poor relationship with her father. In other words, she's suffering from tension headaches. I understand, I get those too. First recommended that she use the over-the-counter medicine, but soon she started asking for them more and more often. I don't like the thought of Hinako developing a reliance on such drugs, so I switched her to traditional Chinese medicine that uses kudzu root and peony, as it should put less of a strain on her body. That said, I know the real reason she comes around so often isn't just because she's looking for medicine, but for a place to air her grievances about her father. So specifically peony, kudzu and peony. All right, I literally am about to pull up my script for the Silent Hill 1 iceberg video. Because, like I said, I've done some more thorough research into this recently while I've been working on it. As peony is potentially Aglophitous. So I think we might have references, some slight references here to White Claudia and Aglophitous. Okay. Yep, it's a member of the peony family. So here's what I have. Like literally, I'm reading my script from the Silent Hill 1 iceberg. Aglophitous, an herb from real-world occultism writings. This note from Silent Hill 3 describes Aglophitous in the games the best. Red liquid or crystals resembling blood. According to the Kabbalah, the name is taken from an herb with the power to dispel evil spirits. Said to grow in Arabian deserts, it may be vaporized or applied as a poultice to guard against demons. It's powerful, but as it is rare, it's extremely difficult to obtain. So that's the note on Aglophitous you find in Silent Hill 3. It's a substance that's derived from herbs of the same name that were believed to ward off evil. Despite the supposed rarity, Michael Kaufman has at minimum 2 bottles of the stuff. One to hide in the motorcycle, one left in his office intentionally, so Dahlia could find it and destroy it, fooling her into thinking she didn't have to worry about a bottle of Demon Be Gone juice being flung at Alessa's head once it's ritual time. Historically, the name itself comes from the 1977 Simon Necronomicon. Oh, right, I need to amend this, actually, because I didn't write that correctly. The name comes from ancient Greek. Like, the modern Aglophitous word was popularized with 1977's Simon Necronomicon, an occult textbook and collection of works from author Peter Levenda. In the Necronomicon, Aglophitous is described as an herb, a member of the peony family, that was used in rituals to summon evil beings and forces. However, in the 1919 book Folklore in the Old Testament, Studies in Comparative Religion, Legend and Law, Volume 2, written by Sir James George Fraser, Aglophitous is mentioned as getting its name from ancient Greek doctor Dioscorides. Aglaos, which means shining, and phos, which means light, translates into Aglophitous. described as an herb that was believed to expel demons, a much more accurate description to its use in Silent Hill. So, Aglaophatus, member of the peony family. Shukun, using kudzu root and peony to give medicine to Hinako, possibly some variation, some form of medicine similar to Aglaophatus, trying to expel demons, repel demons for her. Put less strain on her body. That said, I know the real person she comes around so often. Sorry, the real reason. God, I need my new glasses. That said, I know the real reason she comes around so often isn't just because she's looking for medicine, but for a place to air her grievances about her father. As my grandmother always said, you can greatly improve the flow of someone's chi simply by listening to their troubles and empathizing with them. Hinako was thrilled with the medicine I gave her and said it worked wonders, but the truth is that wasn't the medicine alone. I want to hear out all her troubles and concerns. I mean, that's my job as her partner, right? And there's even one of the White Claudia flowers there. On the desk where we find the note. There's one of them in the mortar and pestle to be ground up, since they grind up the seeds. There's even a jar there with white powder, which is what PTV was sort of described as. Mysterious white substance, white powder substance that Harry finds on the altar behind Green Lion Antiques, as well as the bags of it that Harry finds in the Indian Runner. Getting some connections. We're starting to hint at some potentially big connections here. This is what I've kind of been waiting for from the story. I like that shot with the silhouette.
Shu, Rinko? Shu?
Back to the Dark Shrine. Time to hang out with Foxy Grandpa again. There he is.
私は恐れません。
では行こう。ここでは3つの儀式がある。
Run, hurry, there's no going back.
はい。
Oh, he's just gone.
姿が見えなくとも一緒にいるのを感じます。
I've accepted Inari-sama as my lord and savior. I
頑
will
張ります。
do what I must to be the perfect person
あ
for
なたに
you.
ふさわしくなるように。
Ew. We're back to the subservient. Bending to your will. I will play my role. Themes.
行こうか、ひなこ。
はい。この壁なんか妙だ。
Blood splatter. Let's see what that imagery is supposed to be. It's just like a fox silhouette. Family Physician's Log, February 10th. I have received reports that the patients will sometimes make strange sounds, then try to get on all fours and crawl around. Housemaids who served the family for many years whisper among themselves, speaking of so-called fox possession. I have scolded them for spreading such unscientific, superstitious rumors. Hinako's fox possessed. Today I was ordered to keep silent about this matter by the head of the house. The family has denied my request to transport them to a hospital. I wonder if it's out of fear that talk of the supernatural will tarnish the family's reputation. However, I do not expect the patient's conditions to improve with in-home treatment alone. Silent? They did say silent. He said the thing. But in a hill? There is a hill. The name of the town is Ebisugaoka. Ebisu is the god of luck and fishing in Japanese culture. And then ga is like possessive, and oka is hill. Ebisugaoka. Ebisu's hill.
which is sort of also a little slight nod to Shizuoka. Shizuoka in Japan, which is where Silent Hill got its name from. Again, oka meaning hill. So Shizuoka is literally Silent Hill in Japan. Oh good, it won't budge. Too heavy. Oh, great. Oh, good for you. Hey, what's up, Father Ikari? How's the game so far? Is this canon? I mean, I haven't finished it yet, so I don't know how much it tries to go into fitting in line with lore, established lore as far as being canon. It still feels more like spin-off than anything, but we just did find some notes hinting at what could be some potential major connections. Zuti. But yeah, we've been finding some notes referring to things that are very likely to be like White Claudia and Aglaophatus, respectively. Which play a big part in Silent Hill 1 and in the overall history of the cult, the town itself. It's just a matter of how much they're going to do with that, if they're going to expand on that anymore, make more direct connections through that. Right, of course, we don't have lanterns, they're just going to keep getting up. Oh. That is a fox demon ripping off that lady's face. Look at them leg muscles.
Kokoda, Hinako.
はい。 今参ります。
And QB. Nine-tailed fox, or a multi-tailed fox. Some type of fox demon. Biting the arm off of this woman. What looks like lightning striking down, which we found that story about there was like a 1,000-year-old tree on the hill that people worshipped, paid respect to, that was struck by lightning and burned to ash. And after that tree burned down, that was when the religious focus shifted to Inari-sama, to the fox deity. So even the imagery of like the lightning in the painting is fairly significant. Cool piece of art as well. Well, we're being beckoned to go over there, but there's still so much to explore. Replace the Ramune. Yeah, but he's gonna get right back up. Nice. Home. Yokan. Oh man, this is gonna turn into a big, crazy maze. Just with all the doors. All these walls and things can move, most likely. Alright, what's up here? Here's a comb. Bump that health up. Buff it up. Divine water. Mizu no Kame. Oh, buddy. Buddy came from all the way downstairs. Just to fuck up my day. Oh, my dried carcass. I've only got one pill? I thought I had multiple pills. I want this carcass. Oh, come on. Oh, I can't? Oh, this is not where I want to be. Need room to fight, and I need to bring him away. Or I can just get slapped around in the corner. Come on.
Leave me alone. Let me do it. Sheesh. Now we can go.
私はここだ。ずっと君といる。
Cool. Thanks for the monster arm. Are you giving me monster Junko hands? Is that why Junko has monster hands? The little fox Mikos, the fox shrine maidens. Oh, it's the art. It's the artwork. She's gonna gnaw off our arm and then eat our face. Foxman's gonna eat our face. We just saw the artistic representation of this. Foreshadowed. Yeah. Bite down on this. And then use this horrible saw. And remove your arm. Ooh. Oh, you can hear it against the bone.
audio. Just a flesh wound. I'm just... Where is this going? Am I the fox demon? Am I Inari-sama the whole time? That's right, Snake. I live on through this arm. I've administered the painkillers. My arm feels a bit tense. My crazy fox monster arm. It doesn't hurt, it's just a little tense after that. Brother, my arm hurts after watching that. What is happening? I feel like the game's been mysterious and I've been like piecing things together so far. It's a beautiful arm. Journal updated. Do I have a whole new journal to fucking explain my fox arm? My right arm now replaced with the arm of a fox. That is not a normal fox. The ferocity of a wild beast rests within. I can now soul siphon. Hold X near enemies who have been rendered inanimate to use soul siphon. This will prevent enemies from reanimating. And then focus attack with L2R1, kind of the same way as with melee. Decimate enemies with razor-sharp claws. Enemies defeated by a focus attack with the fox arm will not reanimate. What? This feels like it came out of nowhere. I feel like I've been following the game pretty well so far. I was not expecting fox arm that I can now soul siphon enemies with. We didn't update our self-portrait to include the fox arm. She even does a little beastie stance. Oh my god. What the fuck? Fox arm. The new right arm I was granted by the ritual. It still feels somewhat stiff when I try using it, but I must learn how. Must we? Is it just unequip it? Can I just use something different? Can I use my dagger instead? My tanto? Maybe this will be good now? How quick does it do the thing? What? What? I'm just shocked at how different tonally this is already. I'm kind of getting over my shock. I feel like I've actually lost my mind. Okay. Maybe faster focus charging. That's pretty fast. Can I get my sanity back? Only a little bit. I love her little bee stance. Like, more than just a human walking around with this new arm, like, being awkward. You'd have to adjust to, like, the weight difference and everything. Sorry. Listen to me. I'm trying to talk about the realistic aspects of walking around with a monster arm grafted to your body for soul siphoning. We are out of that realm now. We are beyond the realm of trying to reason things out logically. We are full anime now. I mean, they said they wanted to experiment. They said they wanted to try some new stuff with this game. I didn't think it was going to take this crazy of a turn. But okay. Let's go. Fox arm. Enemies that have been rendered inanimate will reanimate after a period of time. While using the Fox arm, hold X near enemies who've been rendered inanimate to use Soul Siphon. Prevent enemies from reanimating. Enemies killed with the focus attack will not reanimate.
私はひな子じゃない。この贈り物に恥じない働きを。
Honestly, maybe I'm gonna have to get used to it. That's slightly underwhelming. That still took about as many hits as it would with the Naginata. It's faster. But like, if we're going crazy fucking anime monster arm, Just go 200%. I should be like grabbing them and one-shotting them. Make it feel worth it. Like you swapped out my arm for something that's slightly better than the weapon I was using before. I had to lose an arm for that. And now I can use my big strong monster arm to open the heavy doors. Oh, you piece of shit. Give me your soul. Wow. Wow. This is like a whole different game suddenly. A cult turning someone into a demon isn't crazy for this series. In the most basic sense of that description, no. But having a demon grafted onto your protagonist, a limb grafted onto their protagonist so that you can soul siphon the enemies that fall before you, is pretty fucking crazy for the series. Like, by comparison, the closest thing that we've had to this is the Pyramid Head ending of Silent Hill Homecoming, where two Pyramid Heads come out with a Pyramid Head helmet that they put onto Alex Shepard's head so that he turns into a Pyramid Head. Didn't they try to turn the protagonist into Silent Hill 3 into a god? There's a huge difference between Heather being able to shoot some laser beams out of her eyes and Heather having, like, the giant arms of the final boss grafted onto her as a weapon. Not to mention that's an unlockable New Game Plus weapon in Silent Hill 3. This is a New Game playthrough. This is like part of the main plot. Like, this is pretty fucking wild. This is pretty fucking wild. I honestly can't believe, like... Oh, there's demons in this series, so this isn't that crazy. Like... I understand the point you're trying to make. But brother, like, look at the screen. Look at this. Oh, that won't budge? My big strong fox arm can't handle this one. Game has UFOs and Graft Arm is too far. Again, we're comparing New Game Plus unlockable things in previous entries to regular New Game plot based. There is now a monster arm on your protagonist, replacing their real arm. And then, you know, Soul Siphon. We drain their souls. We Soul Reaver the fallen enemies. It's not the direction I thought this game was going. I'm just caught off guard. I'm sorry everybody else is like... Silent Hill has always been a silly vibes kind of series. Brother, I play this series for a living. I know the kind of silly vibes that have been in every single game before this. The silliest of vibes. Monster arm on your protagonist on a new game playthrough is still wild as shit compared to the silliest of vibes from the previous games. Omamori Crow. Restore health after defeating an enemy sounds actually really good. Very fair to say this is like a whole different genre shift. This is like the fucking nightmare sequence in Metal Gear Solid 3. Where it's suddenly just like a whole different game. Except I get the feeling this is not going to be for a short little nightmare sequence. This is probably part of the game now, right? I mean, don't spoil that for me. Obviously, we'll find out. I'm just going to stop looking in chat right now. But I'm sorry. My reactions. I was expecting a lot of... I had a bar in my head for how crazy and different this game would be. I knew it was action-oriented. I knew it had combat mechanics. I knew it had fox demons. Like, this is stuff that I went into it knowing and kind of expecting a certain level of craziness. I'm familiar with Ryukishi 07's other work, so I know how crazy he likes to get with those other things, and I would probably see some amount of that in this game. I was expecting a certain level of crazy. This exceeded it. Monster arm, Soul Siphon, came out of left field for me. Oh boy. Let's try the crow. Housemaid's note. However, the child she carries was unmistakably a descendant of the Tsunekis, and their blood lies in wait for tragedy to strike. It is only a matter of time before that child exacts their revenge. I believe that the next time there's turmoil within the Tsuneki family, that child will make their move. I mean, on the one hand, I'm just kind of taken aback by how different tonally this... Like, it was already pretty different for a Silent Hill game, right? This exceeded what I was prepared to deal with. So I'm a little taken aback. Admittedly, it's fun to use, so, like, it's not ruining the experience of the gameplay, but I'm dealing with a lot of feelings right now. I'm dealing with because I felt like I knew kind of where this game was going. I've been theorizing and stuff and talking about it with Rachel after streams, like what kind of how we think things are going to play out. Monster Arm Soul Siphon was not on my bingo card. And now I'm like, maybe I don't know fucking anything. Maybe the game is going to take some wild fucking twists and turns that I was not expecting. Because if I'm not expecting this, like, what else is the game going to throw at me at this point? I don't have an Emma for upgrades. I could try to draw a random Omamori. I feel like it would be hard to top what I'm using, but I'm also curious, but I also want to save for upgrades. Let's save it and see what I pull. And then I'll reset if it's not impressive. Mantis Omamori slightly restores health after each successful counter. So I've got health restoration on killing enemies. This potentially could be even more health restoration as long as I'm landing multiple counters per fight. That actually could be good. That actually could be good. Let me try using the Crow for a bit and see how much it restores, and then I'll try Mantis and see how it compares. Solemn Letter. Thy lovely silver arm grows strong, growing strong and healthy, just like Minmo. We have the Minmo arm. Thy figure no longer mortal but divine. Unto thy limb has the power of purification been bestowed. Grace us now with thy newfound strength. Okay. Decent little bit of health back there. It was about as much as like a pill. Okay. I want to try the Mantis. Okay, so that side's opened up. Still got doors to check here. Is there any point to that being open? Okay. Well, Foxy Grandpa's over there. I think I want to go explore elsewhere. Okay, so this is where I came in. Wait, is there something I can do with these walls? Are these Fox Armum activated? Okay. Been through there. Oh. The little hearts. The little hearts in the drawing. I love you, Hinako. Here's your fox arm. Thank you, husbando. I love it. It fits perfectly. Okay, and then this is back where I first got the arm. Is there anything over this way? Because I didn't really explore. Okay. Sorry, I'm just kind of still sitting here in stunned silence. I'm sorry, Hinako. I can't help it. I keep staring at your weird monster arm. Is that disrespectful? I don't know the proper way how to react to that. What are the proper Japanese manners? I think to just ignore it and pretend like you don't see it. Just be polite and treat everyone normally.
次の儀式は
The next ritual? More rituals? How many fox parts do you have for me? Here are your fox legs. They allow you to super jump and double jump and air dash. They're so strong that you can jump all the way from Japan to a small New England town in America on the other side of the world using your fox legs. That's what's going to happen next. Defeat the monsters. Oh, not
されません。
you. Ugh. I'm trying to siphon souls here, lady. See, look at the little, like, fox head part on the back. I was trying to get a better look at that the first time I fought it. Like, it's kind of like the Siam in Homecoming. Do it. Dude, I'm so bad at dodging. And it keeps doing it while I'm like mid-combo. No. Gross. Gross, gross. I think I like the Mantis Omamori, though. I think I like being able to land counters and get those little bits of healing. Oh, all the little seals burning up. Protective talismans. Time for my fox legs. Uh-oh. I don't think it's fox legs. No. I don't want to bite down on the stick. Just do it. She's, at this point, it's just like, I don't care anymore. I have a fox arm. Not even gonna... But the fabric... But the uniform... Ooh. Oh, that is a hell of a burn. Well, I have been branded.
よく頑張ったね。
Good job, Hinako. You're doing a great job. And she's dead.
儀式は終わったよ。君は本当に頑張った。次でここでの儀式は最後だ。
Fox legs. Air dash. Double jump. Okay. With this, my body and mind belong to you.
あなたのものに。
Awaken. Clicking in both L3 and R3, the Kudzu seal will fill up when you attack enemies or use Soul Siphon. Once your meter is full, once you fill up the Kudzu seal, awaken your bestial form. Bestial form. The awakened fox arm, which possesses incredible strength. When the Kudzu seal is full, use both sticks to awaken your bestial form. Use both sticks while in your bestial form to revert the fox arm to its normal state. This is our new normal. The Kudzu seal will deplete while you are in your bestial form. However, if you revert the fox arm before the seal runs out, the seal will remain partially filled. Special attack. While attacking using R1, you can unleash a devastating attack with R2. Holding down the attack for longer will allow you to deal even more damage. Just look at the progression in the journal. It's such a crazy leap. Items. Here's how you use items. Be careful. There's an inventory limit. Weapons. You can hold weapons. Careful. They have durability. Omamoris. You can equip them. They give you buffs. Heavy weapons. They're like other weapons, but slower and stronger. Fox arm. Here's your crazy monster arm. It can absorb the souls of the fallen. Awaken by clicking in both sticks when you fill the Kudzu seal. Like, I never even swung my crowbar. And now I have crazy fox powers. And a bestial form. Please tell me, come on. We gotta update the journal drawing to include our bestial form. This is bestial form, and there's the meter. It's just a bigger arm. And you can charge it up. Oh my god. Anyway, thanks for the dried carcass. It's like the Suffering game. I mean, this... Suffering is not the comparison that my brain went to. This suddenly turned into fucking Sonic the Werehog. Out of left fucking field.
Kochida.
Great. Crying baby monster. Yep. Kudzu seal. Bestial form. Just the artwork even. Pleasure to meet you. My name is Hinako. I'm a fox monster. This is bizarre. I mean, this is such a drastic change of what this game has been up until the last, like, 20 minutes, however long it's been. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. I was just getting to that point of being like, oh, here come the meaningful connections to Silent Hill. We found notes, we found flowers, we found White Claudia and Aglophitous references. Here comes the big reveal, you know? I was like, here comes the big tie-in reveal. Never mind. Here's your fox superpowers. Your crazy monster arm. Oh, you can perfect dodge that and it still gets you. That's fun. Gotta fill up my kudzu meter. Ooh. A dirty drawstring bag. Inventory up. A drawstring bag covered in red and black stains. It's kind of sticky, but might still come in handy. Oh boy, a sticky bag in inventory space. That just feels so quaint. Compared to hyper beast mode fox demon arm. Like, now you can hold one more item. It'll be real easy to open my Ramune with my giant monster fox arm. And I'm still getting my ass kicked. Oh my god.
Well, that went much smoother. Oh, can I open those now? Stay it. Letter from a woman. You really are shrouded in mystery and fox fur. You understand exactly how I feel, even though we haven't seen each other in years. Are you simply reading me like a book, or am I feeling exactly what it is you want me to? Recently, I'm starting to think that even I don't know who I am anymore. Tell me about it. I don't know who I am anymore. I'm expecting to wake up and be like, oh, what a crazy Silent Hill F dream. I've been playing this game so much the last few days and thinking about it. I had this weird nightmare where Hinako turned into a fox arm with a bestial form mode. Do it. Get my health back from countering you. And then immediately lose it. Solemn letter. The seal shall mark thee as our own, proof of thine own sacrifice of body and spirit. Be thou awake or hidden in sweet slumber, joyous shalt thou be to serve. Even when flesh has rotted away and bone turned to dust, so thou shalt serve. We're getting exceptionally culty in our writings. Seal marks you as our own, proof of your sacrifice of body and spirit. Whether you're awake or hidden in sweet slumber, or alive or dead, you belong to Foxy Grandpa now.
死ね。お前はもう死んでいる。Oh, there was another one. It waited until I had a chance to counter. Not sure what the point of some of these doors are. Like, open them just because I can now. Got my first aid kits. Tea. Dokkan. Sushi. Wait. 8 out of 10? Oh, did I forget to... Oh, because I died. Shit. Where was my... Where's the sticky bag? That feels like progression. came through the right side. Okay, Foxman's up there.
ひなこ
I don't think it was here. The little kimono room. Was a dead end. Where I came in, that didn't open. That door can be opened, but it just leads to those same rooms. Oh, the imagery, the drawn. Again, the little hearts in the fucking drawing. Or insects? I thought they were little hearts. Anything change in the journal? Okay. Where else? Getting turned around in the maze. Went there.
where I started. I grabbed that. Don't think this opened. Oh, come on. Do it. Do it. Bandage. Comb. Here's the stinky bag. Kind of sticky. Okay. Okay, let's go save. Get the comb traded. A whole room devoted to nothing. Or I guess this is where I fought pregnancy beast.
Okay. I think Fox Husband went this way. Is that an armored Chungus? Oh my god, what is this? Oh, he's already gone? I was gonna siphon that big chunk of soul.
結構なお手前でありがとうございました。
New entry? Yeah. A monster that has a large taiko drum. That was supposed to be a taiko drum. Oh, wow. A monster that has a large taiko drum inside its mouth. It swings around its large bocce drumstick-like arms and strikes the taiko to instill fear and command those bound to it. It tries to cancel out any noise with its loud voice and banging. That's how it's always been. Drummer Boy Chungus. Oh, I'm locked out of there now. Oh, this is from the early trailer. Time to replace our face with a fox face. She did not have a monster arm in the early trailer, I'm pretty sure. Ugh. Oh, just that part of the face, too? Oh, yeah. Yeah, they sewed it in. Oh, I like the motif on the music. Calling back to the intro theme.
よく痛みをこらえてくれた。凛々しかったぞ、ひな子。
いや、痛い。
私の目を見なさい。ひな子、私の目を見なさい。もう痛いことや辛いことはないよ。落ち着きなさい。
痛いことや辛いことはありません。私は落ち着きます。
それでいい。さすがひな子だ。
ありがとうございます。
さあ、行こう。
行きます。
The doll's there like, I fucking warned you, you stupid bitch. I told you. I gave you so many warnings. Finally, I have been reborn. Chase after Fox Mask. Journal updated. I now have Mask of the Fox Clan. You are now able to see secrets concealed within the Dark Shrine using the mask from the Fox Clan. Hold L2 to use focus and discover hidden paths and clues at certain locations. I'm very curious now that I've noticed the artwork in the journal changing. Just to kind of keep checking stuff. Oh, the doll got updated. I knew it. This doll looks exactly like the one that I had gotten rid of that day. I thought I had gotten rid of that day. I'm sure it hates me for throwing it away and abandoning it. When all of this is over, I'll ask my mom for a way to put it to rest. Mom, I need to put my doll to rest. Also, I'm a fox god now. Fox vision. One second. I've updated my journal on you, Fox Mask. He promised me everything I could ever want to be content. A life full of comfort for as long as I live. Status that no one could look down on. And more importantly, endless love for me. For all this, I will give him all of me. Body, mind, and soul. I will even give him what I have fiercely protected my whole life. My will to make my own choices. From now on, I will let him decide everything for me and simply do as he says. This is what happiness means to me.
Sa, 皆が私たちを待っているよ。
This is a hell of a way to tell a coming-of-age story. Hey. Some peels. Mask of the Fox Clan. Hold L2 to use focus and discover hidden paths and clues. Yep.
進むべき道が
Oh, see, I thought it was Fox Arm activated. Apparently, it was Fox Mask activated. That was a cool effect. You can stare at walls and melt them. Don't get to read these. Okay, so a lot of these, I mean, there doesn't seem to really be a purpose, like a reason. That's the main one right there, though. Yeah. Is that right? Do I take your breath away? Is it my cute haircut? Or is it my monster fox arm? Omamori gambling. No. Resist. Save up for the upgrades. And again, I could just reload. Owl Omamori greatly decreases sanity consumption while using focus. Potentially good with my new focus-based fox mask powers. But I think I like getting the health regen on counters. That's been really good so far. Oh, look at the little Zen garden. Rachel, I'm going to set up our backyard like this. I'm also going to get a fox arm.
Couldn't
Couldn't you have given me like a wedding dress or something? You didn't tell me there was going to be people looking at me. Oh, you can see they got fucked up faces. Oh, and they've got like stitch marks and stuff on the neck. The women do. The men look more normal. Put the women through all the painful ritual stuff. Men just get a cool fox mask. Oh no! Stream died. Stream died. Luckily I'm still recording. It's trying to reconnect. Reconnection successful, but the connection is doo-doo garbage. Give it a second. Okay, should be back. People should be able to refresh if they're still not seeing it. I paused it. I paused it as soon as I saw the stream drop. And I'm recording locally, so you'll be able to see on the VOD. There, you won't even notice. This is all going to get edited out. Everyone back? Everyone reloaded? Okay. What a wonderful time for the internet to just be like, hey, fuck your stream. All right. Rinko.
リンコ、私はあんたの願い通り死んでいなくなるから。だから私のことなんか忘れて幸せに生きなよ。忘れてやる。手伝ってやる。私の記憶から世界からお前の名前なんて全部消えたんですよ。
You burned my fox arm. How fucking dare you?
消されない。私の名前は清水ひな子。私の気持ちを知ってたくせに。 欺いて憎いお前が憎い見たくなかった。ごめんリンコ見たくなかった。私がバカだったよ。前にずっと騙されてた。 騙ってなんかない。
Oh. Shadow Wrinkle? Fuck was that? Yeah, there's like wrinkle minions. Oh, I'm dead. Ugh. Oh. Please. Pick up the item. Mistimed. Oof.
私の気持ちを知ってたくせに欺いて憎いお前が憎い
見たくなかったこのリンコ見たくなかった
私がバカだったよお前にずっと騙されてた
騙してなんかない
お前が憎い平子呪ってやる幸せになんかさせない
お前の幸不幸はお前の責任だ
お前は不幸のどん底を舐めて死ね
そこまで言われる筋合いはない
Oh, come on.
悔しいけど稲子その気持ちを知ってたくせにずっと欺いて憎いお前が憎い
見たくなかったこんなリンゴ見たくなかった
苦しい
I mistimed.
幸せになんかさせない。
お前の幸不幸はお前の責任だ。
私がバカだったよ。前にずっと騙されてた。
騙してなんかない。
お前は不幸のどん底を舐めて死ね。
そこまで言われる筋合いはない。幸せになりたきゃ努力して運命を変えろ。
Woohoo! Fuck you, Wrinkle.
見たくなかった。リンコのこんな姿。でも今は嬉しい。
I'm very happy with my monster arm and my ripped off face and my massive burns.
本音を語り合えたね。これでリンコの世界から清水ひな子は消えたね。お幸せにリンコ。ひなこ。私はじゃない。
どうしたひなこ。
私は
君はひなこじゃないか。
私は
君はひなこだ。
If you say so.
私は清水ひな子じゃない。私はひな子。
そうだよ。君は私のひなこだ。
Oh. I was halfway expecting her to wake up in the fog world still all foxed out. Clothes are still fucked up. Moshi Moshi. Kitsune desu. Junko? What's going on back at home? Monster hands. Oh. You're different.
不思議な感じ。お姉ちゃんがお姉ちゃんじゃないみたい。 お互い様よ。
Her head is stitched on.
私の中でのひな子はまだ小学校前。そんな格好をしているとひな子がひな子じゃないみたいだわ。お姉ちゃん、私。あなたが生かされたということはここに至ってもまだ迷いがあるということなのね。迷い？
Lost?
今日までに何度も言ったかもしれないけれど、もう一度だけ言うわね。生はあなたが選びなさい。誰の意見も聞かなくていい。自分の意志だけで選びなさい。だけれどもこれだけは覚えておいて。あなたがそれに悩める時間はもう尽きかけている。いえ、普通の人間ならばとっくに尽きている。お姉ちゃん。
Man, they're really throwing a lot at you at this juncture in the game.
リンコ。
Make your way down the mountain and head to the Shimizu residence. Nothing gets on my nerves more than other people trying to make decisions for me. Even if what they're saying is right, it just rubs me the wrong way. I'd rather make 100 mistakes on my own than follow someone else's commands. But that can make for a lonely life, one where I refuse to listen to anyone else. I want to become the kind of person who truly listens to what others have to say. Of course, it'll still be up to me whom I listen to. And that will be someone I can trust, someone who will walk alongside me hand in hand. However, making long lists of things I hate is just a way of running away from the real issues I have with my inner self. I have to step up and face what's inside of me, even if I don't like what I see, even if it's a giant fox beast arm. Being able to take my time and carefully think things through before making a decision is what's most important to me. Junko's page changed. Now we actually see her owl face. Inuta Junko, my older sister. She's one of the prettiest and kindest people I know. There's nothing she can't do. Until she left to get married, that's the same. Junko always told me that the quickest way to happiness is to live the way society expects women to. Well, if there's a quick way to happiness, then there must be other ways too. One time, when I was little, Junko showed me how to find my way out of a maze in a puzzle book. There's no doubt that she showed me the quickest solution. Still, what I felt that moment was nothing compared to the joy of figuring it out for myself. And that's why we don't spoil her backseat, chat. Why I haven't been looking at chat for the last 45 minutes. Formidable foes. A monster that has taken the form of a head priest. It sounds just like Rinko. Swinging around an Onusa staff, used for purification rituals, this creature is consumed by the fires of jealousy and remains surrounded by babbling puppets. There's no way Rinko is a monster like this, but this is her, without a doubt. Well, I guess let's put the toolkit back on. I might get to use my crowbar after all. That's still locked. That's still locked. Well, just eat some of these White Claudia flowers. Ooh, the audio. Like special audio going on there.
お姉ちゃんの言う通りだ。時間がない。二人とも待ってて。すぐ行く。
Another baseball bat. I think I want to keep what I've got. So that is opened. That was a noise. That was certainly a noise. Nothing I can grab. Oh, this music, suddenly. Do your counter hit move. Boom, 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 boom. Clinical trial. I began taking this medicine out of desperation. My first impression was that it smells of peaches and is faintly sweet, so this is the White Claudia medicine. After taking it before bed for the past 3 nights, I had my first lucid dream. For the whole night I was able organize my thoughts. Slight typo there. Able to organize my thoughts in a pleasant darkness. Was this what the tales meant when they said the drug allows you to speak with your inner self? I've heard that taking vitamin B6 makes it easier to remember dreams. However, I'm sure its effectiveness depends on factors like dosage and body composition. At any rate, this has been a letdown so far. Sorry, after all the medicines and White Claudia and kudzu root, seeing him be like, take more vitamin B6 is a little A little funny. Oh, not you. Oh, why do you moan? I don't like it. Another crowbar. Crowbar time. Fuck off. Oh, stop. Yeah. New variation of these. A hideous monster covered in countless skin cysts. It spawns monster after monster from the dreadful smelling clumps of flesh it drops. Filthy, foul, and repulsive. The wonders of birth do not apply to this. Yeah. They're a little more obvious with the monster, the creature symbolism with some of these journal entries. Like, clearly it's a representation of pregnancy and birth. Coinciding with all the other themes of womanhood, like growing up as a child, you know, being able to do things that you have to change how you are as you get older, conform to society, expectations, especially in Japan for the time. You know, you're for a woman, just get married, have kids. So seeing that, those fears, those things that Hinako didn't want being represented through the creatures like that. But also fucking gross. I don't know if it's worth it to repair this or not. God, I hate that. That quick slash that they do. It's like I try to get up close so that they'll do the swing that I can count. I can get the counter hit. Omamori Suzuran. Perfect dodges become easier to perform. What do you mean easier? Like a larger window? I mean, potentially that could be good. I think I like getting the heals off of counter hits, though. That still just seems really good for me. Oh, one of you. Really? Nothing here? Oh, god damn it. God, the damage. Holy fuck, the damage.
武器が壊れかけてる。もう少しだけ持ってくれ。
Wasn't anything up there. There's a thing back here. The Suzuran. Inari-sama. The oldest shrine for Inari. Inari-sama's statues act as memorials for old or broken tools. It's okay to take these tools for your own as long as you have a use for them. This is called kishu, and it's an action that's considered virtuous. It's a teaching of Inari-sama to make the most out of tools in any way. Strict Mother's letter. Good morning, my handsome boy. You are different from those delinquents who run around town. You have noble blood running through your veins. Of course, every child must play in order to grow, but I simply ask that you choose wisely who you play with. You must think of me as awfully overbearing, but please respect my wishes while you are still young. For when you are grown up, you will be free to do as you please. As for the Inari sushi... yeah. Do whatever you want when you're grown up, as long as you contribute to society and hold down a job and conform to everyone's expectations. I've heard this water is specifically for washing and cleansing old, dirty things. Okay. No, not one of you. Oh, that's such bullshit, dude. I hate when the thing just bounces off the environment. No. No lickies. I bounced off the fence behind me. Oh, stun lock. Yeah, the weapon interactions with the environment. There's so many, like, narrow passageways and places where you're just kind of, like, forced up against walls. Where your swings are just inevitably going to, bounce off of something. Even the town, I need to hurry home. Yeah, everything is absolutely covered in Higambana now. Time to hotwire the truck. Okay, steel pipe. A long way to Hinako's house. Investigate the park. The playground is not affected, but the swings have physics. You get bit by a fox?
大丈夫？すごい血。早く手当てしないと。ありがとう。
大丈夫か？子供を噛むなんて許せねえ。ただ殺してやら。
僕は琴雪って言います。君は？
琴雪。
私はひなこ。清水ひなこ。
私は覚えてさえいなかったのにな。
Didn't even remember that. It's Kotoyuki. So Fox Mask is probably Kotoyuki. He became Foxman when he was bit by the radioactive fox. Park of Memories. I think this is the park I used to play at a lot when I was little. I feel like all my memories of fun times and hard times took place here. Playing house with girls and playing dodgeball with boys. But kids will tell you that it's weird for girls to play with boys. They told me they wouldn't let me play because I hung out with the boys. I remember that moment of rejection and denial crystal clear in my head. Why do Showa kids try so hard to keep boys and girls so clearly separated? Is it truly such an awful thing to be a part of both groups? And that was the intro scene. Was young Hinako talking with her doll about how the girls wouldn't play with her anymore because she kept playing with Shukun, playing with boys. And talking to her sister Junko about it. Letter from a boy. I know it's sudden, but I'm moving. I won't ever forget you, Hinako. Thank you for saving me, Kotoyuki. This is going to be the connection. Kotoyuki had to move away. My parents are moving us to Dad's new job in America. In a town called Silent Hill. Heals. Ten bodies. Oh! Chungus, why? Chungus, why? I thought we were friends. Oh, I can't go through that. Yeah. Gonna be gross. Just want to grab items and run. My stamina. Oh, what a lovely little pond. Strict Mother's letter. Good morning, my handsome boy. I know it's a little sudden, but we shall be moving tomorrow. I've already notified your teacher, so just make sure to say goodbye to all your friends. I shall tell you everything at home. Okay, so this is Kotoyuki's mother saying that he's got royal blood. Ow. Run.
私の町がもう化け物の巣じゃないか。
I can already hear that thing fucking moaning over there. No. Oh, a kitchen knife. This is about to break.
念のため持っていこう。邪魔するな。お前たちの仲間にはならない。
Oh, I have to kill it. Oh. Oh, what a fucking combo. My swing gets interrupted because I step in this guy's flower puke. God, those things, the range and the damage. Just die. Well, death. Fucking 1 pixel away.
もうじき壊れるな。
We got bigger problems. We got bigger problems than the weapon about to break. Okay. Higashi's nice. But I really need health. Oh my god. Oh my god. Game is stuttery.
もうすぐだ。
Oh, very chunky here. So far, like 90% of the time, this game is performance-wise doing pretty well. There's a few parts like this where it kind of gets real frame droppy. Replace the knife. Yeah, I don't want to fight you. I just want to see if there's items here. Just the toolkit. Sheesh. Alright. Tried carcass. Put it away. Still don't have an Emma. I could follow them and see if there's more supplies. Any new notes as well. Come on, counter hit. Give me a counter hit. Stamina, stamina, stamina. Focus. Focus attack. Stamina, stamina, focus. Counter, counter, counter. Give me the thing. Give me the attack. She flashed red. That's one of the more frustrating parts of the combat too. The times where you see the actual flash of the counterable move. I did my swing early because I knew the swing for the pipe is kind of slow, and it just didn't count. Got it that time. I was out of stamina. I couldn't dodge. So there goes half my life. Honestly, just kill me. I need to kill these, like, perfectly. I want to get counter hits so that I can get health back. Oh, and there's one of those guys over there too. Come on, let me fucking dodge. Like, sometimes there's 8 fucking years of recovery, and sometimes you can just move instantly. I don't understand. I do not understand this game's mechanics. There's like a lack of consistency to how well certain things work. I mean, I got past him, but that didn't really do me much good. I've still got to use my heals. And I still want to keep going and see what's down this path. Whatever. I made a save. We can see if it's worth it. Seems like a lot of bullshit to deal with for 2 red capsules.
街は化け物だらけだ。うちに戻ろう。
First aid kit's nice, though. Oh, he was eating one of them. There's notes down here, too. Research notes on Kakura Makakura. This is the drug that's being made from the White Claudia resembling plants. There exists a wondrous medicine that a Bateren missionary is said to have brought to Nagasaki during the Tensho era, 1580 AD. It was a drug used during mediation, I need my glasses, by individuals to speak with their inner selves. It is said that through the power of this medicine, individuals become able to delve into their innermost selves. Everyone possesses an inner you, and inside that inner you is another inner you, and inside that inner you, so on. The endlessly repeating chain was named Kakura Makakura, a term from an old Nagasaki dialect referring to nesting structures. Ow. Brother. All of my inner selves fucking hate you. Alright, this time we get it all. The Ramune, the pills, the pills. First aid. Oh, why always the fast attack? Just use the first aid, I guess. Sledgehammer. Sledgehammer used in construction. It packs a devastating punch, but its weight makes it hard to wield. Replace the axe that's about to break. I wanna be Sledgehammer. Why don't you call my name? Oh, this is where the bird, the dead bird is. The very start. Pills over there. Lots of pills just kind of hanging around. Oh,
Lots of frame drops hanging around. Unreal Engine wasn't expecting me to explore this far. Emma. Big upgrades. Oh, it is so chunky here. Oh, why do I lose all the frames? That is not stream lag. That is Chungus. Oh, not this way. I need to run the other way. Oh, the lag. Oh, the lag. Nothing. Oh, come on. Dodge. Note. Eat the fucking snacks. Oh, I'm dead. What? I mean, I really want to go through all of that and get those supplies. But this shit kind of sucks. Here to the laggiest street in the game. Oh. Get the fucking box. And then putting these assholes in the way because they just puke and cause Higambana that'll grab you, damage you, and hold you in place while everything catches up so you can't just run through. Like, come on, we didn't need all this. It didn't need to be this. All right. Fuck you and your quick slash. That fucking quick slash attack instead of doing the wind up. Ugh, okay. All right. I managed to get some supplies. And make it back. And not burn through all of them immediately. Yeah, first aid kit, a couple pills, crunchy snacks, stamina, 3 toolkits. Okay, at least something. At least something. Even if I get rid of supplies, I'm not going to have enough for the upgrade, though. I'm still on performance mode, right? Apparently I had switched. Switch to setting. That might have been when I was dealing with the flickering lights during yesterday's stream.
stamina. Please give me something more than a chocolate bar. Yokon's good. That's all still blocked. No supplies there. Pills. All right. Oh, back to the Shimizu home. Tadaima.
どういうこと？廊下、間取りが全部変わってる。もう何なの？
Moshi Moshi. Can I ignore it? Oh. Oh. You can ignore it. But it stops. Oh no.
ここ本当に私の家なの？
Sushi. And replace the divine water. Comb. I don't really want to give anything up. Yeah, just some blood everywhere. Everything's fine in the Shimizu house. Bloodstains. Who did this? There's propane inside, but no propane accessories. Note from Hinako. I'm still alive, but tomorrow I'll make sure you draw your final breath. I don't care if it's your special day. Damn. Care if it's your special day. Did Hinako get fox possessed and kill Junko? Ominous photo puzzle. I don't know why, but it appears each photograph can be rotated. There might be some kind of connection to the writing on the group photo. Hinako's face smeared out with blood. There with her friends and her parents. They're crossed out. A rather unsettling group photo that hangs in the living room. It seems someone has taken a marker to it. Is that it? Is that a marker? Something was hanging here before. Besides the group photo, there's a collection of other photographs. One seems to be missing, however. Rinko and Shu. Sakugo and Shu. Sorry. And then Rinko's over here. I like how the lights get brighter as you get closer. Hinako, you have a huge house. Although she did say everything was different. She was like, the halls and the rooms, everything's different when she walked in. So, chalk some of this up to reality being distorted. Empty drawer. Parents' room. Dad's alcohol bottle collection. Certificate of full payment to Shimizu Kanta. Certificate of full payment. This certificate has been sent to certify that Shimizu Kanta has paid all outstanding loans and is hereby released from any further contractual obligations. Contractual? Contractual obligations? Wouldn't that be the correct word? We thank you for your continued patronage. Divine water, I've already got plenty of those. If I had a shrine somewhere in the house, I could offer one and then come back and grab this one. door stuck. A bloody axe. Don't really need that right now. Definitely take that bandage, though. Can't open it. Okay. Damn, that sucks. I missed the phone call at the start. I kind of assumed it would be like a Silent Hill 4 situation. Once it starts ringing, it doesn't. It just keeps going until you interact with it. Oh well. I ain't reloading a save and trying again at this point. That'll have to wait for New Game Plus. The shrine, baby! Okay, so I can get rid of a Divine Water and pick up the other one. Just go back and grab it right now. Oh, and an antique comb. That was the other one. Gotta make room. Here. You can have the sushi. Comb. And where was that? Divine Water. Oh, steel pipe. I think I'm still good with all the stuff I have. Need to find crests. The sword and the fox fought. Let me try that again. The sword and the fox fought, battling upon a set of scales. The heavens themselves shuddered at the ferocity of their struggle. Day after day, the sun rose behind the fox's back and set behind the swords, yet their fight knew no end. The scales upon which they fought, however, were no more, having been destroyed long ago. Ah. It's to get into Hinako's room. There used to be a calendar here, I think. You got a sheet?
シュウ、そこにいるの？
Oh, Shukun. I'm sure you'll be fine. You have an Emma. I could increase my sanity. That tiny little flower bud right at the end. All right. We're gonna have to find out what's going on with Shukun next time. We're gonna have to save that for next one. My eyes, my head, my back, everything's starting to hurt. I was really hoping I'd get my glasses in by now. Save a little bit on this eye strain. Help me out with these longer streams. But we're in the Shimizu house. I get the feeling we might be somewhat nearing the end of the game, but man, what a crazy turn of events during the stream. Oh, and Grandpa Shorts, welcome back. Thank you so much for the 2 months earlier. And Deveron with the 46 months. Thank you so much for all the love and support. I said, it got to a point there. People were saying stuff in chat I didn't want to see, even if it wasn't actual spoilers or, you know, a little bit of backseating and things like that. So I just had to stop looking. Once that stuff starts popping up in chat, I just have to ignore chat. So I apologize. But thank you so much for the resubs. Thank you so much for the love and support. Thoughts on the game so far? I don't think I can even talk about this game until I finish it anymore. Because wolf arm, fox arm, crazy monster arm mechanics, crazy shit I was not expecting even remotely started happening. 90-minute stream today. The stream died. Twitch killed the stream partway through. I've been going for like 6 hours. Yeah, I don't think I can even really discuss the game, because I was piecing things together. I was trying to speculate on what was going on and how things were kind of going, and trying to figure out the story. And then the last Dark Shrine happened. And the Fox Arm crazy stuff, all of that still has not fully sunk in. And now I'm just kind of like, I don't know what to think anymore. Like, what else could the game throw at me that I'm not expecting from this point on? So it's difficult to even speculate. I'm still enjoying the game. I'm still having fun with it. But it definitely took a really bizarre turn today. So there's been some more frustration with the combat
Yeah. Wanting to explore and having to deal with that. Also, more performance issues in this section of the game, I guess because it's such a big town section leading up to the Shimizu residence with a lot of effects and enemies and stuff kind of all going on at once. So running into some performance issues, running into some more kind of less fun combat situations, crazy anime bestial mode fox arm ritual. Yeah, this turned into like a completely different game today. Practically. So I'm gonna have to sleep on this. I'm gonna have to think about stuff, and we'll probably wind up. I don't know how much of the game is left, but depending on how long I can stream tomorrow, we may potentially finish up New Game. Kind of feels like it's getting to that point, but who knows? Again, I don't know what to expect because Fox Arm, I cannot reiterate enough how unexpected, out of left field that was. So who knows? Who knows what it's gonna throw out next? I'm sure some of you know, but don't ruin it for me. But yeah, that's gonna be it for me. That's definitely gonna be it for me today. I gotta go think and rest my eyes, rest my brain, and we'll be back at this again tomorrow night. So thank you all so much for all the love and support. I really appreciate you all being here, hanging out, keeping me company, witnessing my bestial transformation. Do we get the full 6 hours on YouTube? Oh yeah. You're not even going to notice the stream going down because I've got all that locally recorded, so I'm just going to edit that whole section out where I had to stop the stream. As best as I can, anyway. So, full VOD will be up on YouTube. I'll work on that. Maybe tonight. Usually I try to get it done right after a stream. But this might have to wait until I wake up tomorrow, because I don't know if my brain and eyes can handle staring at the screen for another few hours while I edit and wait for stuff to render and upload. All of that. The raw archive will be up because I don't edit that at all. I just have to upload it. So if you go to my archive channel, let me link that for y'all. Same time. Like almost at exactly the same moment. But yeah, youtube.com/@nubzombiearchives. It's my secondary channel. This is where all the unedited VODs go. This is where the playthroughs that are full of licensed music like Death Stranding 2 wind up rather than the main channel. So I've got a lot of good stuff on there that's not on the main Nub Zombie channel. And like I said, this is also where the unedited VODs, so you get everything I'm saying right now, all my pre-game chatting with everybody, my post-stream thoughts like I'm doing right now, stream interruptions like stream dying, all of that's in the local recordings, so you get to witness all of that on the archive channel. So check that out. Subscribe. It helps me out. It's free. And you get full, unedited VODs from all the streams. And no ads. No ads or anything like that on that channel either.
So it's a good way for people to just catch up on the VODs if you don't want to wait an extra day or so for the edited one to go up on the main channel. But yeah, thanks you guys again so much. I really appreciate you all being here. And I'll see you all tomorrow for some more Silent Hill F. Till then, be good to yourselves. Be good to each other. Much love. Peace. Oh, and go to fanatical.com. Hold on. I gotta forget. I'm a shill now. No, Fanatical is legitimately really cool. I've used them a lot of time in the past for cheap Steam keys. They are legit. One of the few, like, PC key legit websites. So, I'm partnered with them now. So you can use that link in chat to go to fanatical.com. You can get Silent Hill F for 25% off if you want to try this out on PC. Your PC will probably run it better than mine. Mine's been doing okay, except for a few parts where it's been rough. And that's on a 3060 Ti, so I imagine a lot of people got better computers than that. It'll probably run much, much smoother for you. But there's a ton of games on fanatical.com. You can get Silent Hill F 25% off. I think you can get Silent Hill 2 Remake for like 30% off or something right now. So if you haven't picked up the remake on PC, you can do that. Tons of stuff. They also have like mystery key bundles if you want to just get some random games. But good selection, cheap prices, legit keys. And if you buy anything using my link, it also supports me, supports the stream, kicks a couple bucks my way. So I appreciate it if you do use it. But okay, that's it for me. Much love, everybody. Have a good night. See y'all tomorrow.